news, everyone. So apparently my install of... I'm so sorry. Apparently my install of Realism Overhaul was completely borked. So I was using some kind of weird, like, hybrid launch. Right. Which just patently isn't Realism Overhaul. So I have saved the mod file. There we go. All right, that's working. I saved the mod file and I saved the mod list. I saved the file, but we're gonna start over, right? I also installed Principia, so all right. Now I hopefully I know more about what I'm doing. So we're going back to Texas. I actually also read some guides. Right, we're gonna turn off those space notifications, but everything else we're leaving default. We are on normal difficulty. Yep. We're going right back to Brownsville. Do I want to do Brownsville this time? Do I still want to do Brownsville? Because I feel like I do. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to Brownsville, right? And let's just knock out the early game. Right, like super easy. Fuck X-Planes. Right, that's also the thing I learned is fuck X-Planes. Even the guide I saw was like, yeah, don't bother with the fucking X-Planes. Like, unless you really know what you're doing. Because it's even harder in Realism Overhaul, and I was already not good. So this is going to cross the Kármán line. We're just going to build a nice and easy rocket. We're going to use a fucking Araby. I used a test world. To sort of, like, know what I'm doing. High pressure. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. So it's rated for 47 seconds. We're gonna go 52 seconds. Something like that. Science core. We're gonna need... We only really need like 75. Configure experiments. Thermometer, barometer. Let's make it gold foil. We want a nice smooth cone. Right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna get some procedural fins. And we're just not gonna do anything stupid crazy with them. Let's make that width, or the length rather, I don't know, 0.75? Sure. We can do that. Right, we can make them narrow at the front. We could probably even get away with the width being even shorter. Dupe it, do that. To John. Okay. This burns for 47. Yeah, we're at 53, so that's technically over. But, like, we're just trying to hit the Kármán line. Beyond that, it's fucking gravy. And I was getting so far into that video as well, the supercut, that I'm now just like not gonna use. I can't use it. I'm gonna have to like fucking start over. Which is fine, honestly. Okay, that only goes to 86. Shit. Alright. And so the process begins. So because these are so small, there's actually a lot of benefit to really maximizing the fuck out of them. Let's set to 0.1. Let's make it even thinner. Right, let's make it 4 or 5. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll downgrade that antenna because we don't really need it. Okay. This should hopefully work. Yeah, we're back to Truman. We have Truman back in the corner. That's fine. I'm going to keep him up at the top right. Right. Engine failure. So I'm going to disable that for simulations. Just for the moment. No, it's in here. Yeah. So I think the rule is going to be, if it fails on the launch pad because it, like a part just fails, that's canon and we stick with it. Right? If there's a clear bug or something, or like some weird glitch where that's obviously not supposed to happen, then I'll call a mulligan. Right, like on the last file, the Megado 4.5, it would just like keep flipping over for no reason. And like, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, what if we make that 10? Is there anything else we can really squeeze out of it? What if we make these even smaller? Right, are we still... Yeah, that should be alright. Okay. Come on. Just whip it out. This is supposed to be easy. Right, this is supposed to be an in and out 5-second contract. We just build a normal ass tiny Araby. And it just works. Okay, there we go. Over 100. And ran out of power. It did a bunch of contracts, and honestly... Okay, if I up that to 100, am I going to get a lot less? Am I really going to lose, like, that much? Delta V. Right, if we make it slightly heavier. Setting it to 10 might have been a little too aggressive. Because we do want it... Yeah, there we go. We do want to actually get data. And, like, transmit it. So, hopefully this will net us something or other. Yeah. And it's not surviving, but whatever. Also, I could probably, I think I can make it survive. Yeah, you can actually, you actually can edit the size of these. God, you can make these colossal. Alright, and these only need to save that much. Yeah, can yeah, I can change that. Just make it as small as humanly possible. Right, because if we can get the first one to survive, that's a little extra science right out the door. Which would obviously be fairly pog, I'm willing to say. At the very least, pog adjacent. Okay, so no, that gets us to 90. A bit more optimization. Bring it down to 50. Right, maybe make the wings ever so slightly smaller. Thickness at the root, we can make that like 5. 0.05 instead of 7.5. I think it's only on these super early rockets that we'll actually see meaningful improvements out of excessive optimization. Right, because like when the rocket's like 50 tons, who gives a shit about an extra like 200 kilos of, you know, shit. No, I'm sorry. What if we just don't have those? Right? What if we just ditch the bottom fins altogether? And we say, fuck it, we ball. Right? Because, like, it's still stable once we actually launch. That's the important part. I guess it's up to like 94. Let me think here. What if we make this shorter? Is that... Okay, I don't think that really messes with the mass. What do we make that 30? Okay, what if we make these even thinner? Right? Really get the absolute most we can. Oh, the parachute is probably something I can... shave off some weight somewhere. Oh, like 99. Okay, let's shave off another, like, 5. Oops. I meant to think, like, I was thinking, like, shave off 10, and I put in the number 10, which is not what we wanted. Alright. So this should do the Carmen Line contract. And we'll just, like, move right the fuck on. Or it only does 97. If we set it to 20, it'll also run out way before we actually get to science. Hello, hello? Testing test? Okay. Yeah, weird. Alright. Set it back to 50. Okay, this thing is 0.006 tons. That's not really gonna be the issue. Alright. It's hardly elegant. But we'll just, we'll just slap a couple of these bad boys on it. That's got to be able to do it, right? Just a couple more solids. I know, solids are not magic. It's not guaranteed to get us the result we want. But also, like, we're missing like 2,000 meters. You know, like, there we go. Easy. Did it. And we'll get all the way up. We got to like 110 on a first launch, which is pretty good. At least I think so. Alright, and that should net us some science. Bam. Easy. Did like 8 contracts. Let me move Truman a little bit. I mean the problem is I don't know where to put him. Right. Yeah, there we go. And we'd run out of power way before, or like, we're below 40 kilometers way before we run out of power. So this is perfect. Right, new LC. We weigh, like, not even a ton. So it's perfect. All right. Easy. We'll queue up some early science. Pow. All right, researchers. Queue up like 20 of each. Why not? I think we want post-war rocketry testing first, because that can upgrade the A4, which I guess we start with. The A4 we can use for a V2 rocket. And it upgrades the ARB, so yeah, we'll go with that. And we'll also do early solids. Sure. Okay. So that's gonna be ready by the end of the month. Easy. We can hire more researchers, bring that done, bring that out faster and faster. All right, we got tool all, yeah. Yep, unlock all the parts. Boom. So obviously our next rocket is going to be over 1 ton. So I don't think I can meaningfully. Yeah, I can't even really. Like, I won't be able to use the facility until this is done and launched. And we'll go in the morning. Because everything finishes in the middle of the night. It always finishes in the middle of the night. And I don't know why. Okay. Oh, this didn't. The engine didn't fire. Engine shut down. Wait, hang on. Did it? If that was random chance, that's random chance. But, like, did it actually just. Oh, I guess that was random chance. Whoops. Alright, well, too late now. Alright. We know it's gonna work. Like, we already know it's gonna work. We did all the simulations. Look at all this science we're doing. Hot damn. Alright, that actually pushed us up a bit more. Yep. Alright, I guess we also gotta set leaders. So we're gonna get some telemetry data, which is always nice. We'll just put that down in the corner. There we go. We're... Oh, we landed like on some kind of barrier. Also, this is so cool. Yeah, I installed Principia. This might be a mistake. We'll see. It's something I wanted to do anyway, so I took the opportunity of having to completely reinstall. There we go. Rocket reaches space. Bam. We got a whole boatload of science out of it as well. So we're going to do early rocketry. No, let's get post-war material science. Right, because that's going to get us aluminum fuselages. Better tracking systems. And then probably early rocketry. And then, I guess, basic solids. Yeah. Okay, what's next? Next up is the downrange milestone 3000. That's not going to happen for a bit. This one we could probably do, because it'll get us because that's 140, right? That's not too much further. So some of these are automatically removed the instant you take some of these other missions. So let's look at some of these optional ones here. Like, we could get free prestige and free whatever this one is, the purple one. 130 kilometers, 75 units of sounding payload. I think we can do that. Alright. Yeah, confidence, that's what it's called. We're also going to hire more researchers. There we go. Okay, so we want the post-war rocketry testing first. Okay. 130 kilometers, 75 units of sounding payload. That shouldn't be too difficult. Okay. 75 units? Yeah, 75 units. So we'll set this to... We'll get rid of... No, come on. Let's see here. Tank UI. It's in here somewhere. Where is it? Arazine, subcooled Arazine. Oh, does it have to be high pressurized? Sounding payload, here we go. Alright, we need 75 units. Okay, so it's too small, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, we can also upgrade the Araby. I think we can also upgrade these. No. Let's see here. 75 units, reach 130 kilometers. Ew, boy, that's kind of big. All right. John 2. Let's see how high it gets, right? I don't think it's going to reach 130 off of just barely touching an Araby engine. Especially if we forget to actually fill it. Whoops, that's my bad. Okay, and this thing is still needs high pressurized, right? Yeah. So it goes for 40 seconds. It's got 29. $45. There we go. We'll try that. Yeah. Okay. That's the early staging. Let's see how high it goes. This will give us an idea. Well, it crosses 100. So it doesn't need to survive to do the contract, right? We just got to get it up there. They don't give a shit where it comes down. I'd like it to come back down, but honestly, if we just got rid of that, maybe made it look a little nicer. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's just try that. Without the avionics core, will MechJeb still just handle the... Yeah, looks like it's... MechJeb will still handle all the staging for me, which is nice. Alright. Ditching the parachute and the decoupler, let's see how much higher it'll get. Okay, about an extra 10. So, we just need a bit, just a tad, and a smidgen more delta V, and we should be good to go. Let's try the other version of the Tiny Tim. And we'll see what happens. We got to like 118? Something like that. There we go. We make a huge fucking mess on the way up, but not my department. I'm pretty sure that'd be like Viscera cleanup detail, whatever that game was. Okay, so that one actually didn't go quite as high. We lost a couple kilometers, so we'll just put the Tiny Tims back, or we'll set it to the other configuration. Let's see here. What else can we do? We could do that. Right, just one more solid booster. One more booster, bro. Just one more booster. We're gonna reach the contract, bro. Just one more booster. I promise, just one more booster. Alright. We don't gotta do anything fancy. It's just gotta go straight up. It goes all the way up. And it goes all the way up to... Ooh, 113. Actually made it to like... Yeah, a little under 113. Okay. So this is 2020. Yeah. I think I'm gonna unlock some engines, but they're like way bigger. What if we use the U? Right, the U1250. Remove all tanks. Fill the U. Okay, so this is 56 seconds. So, yeah, about a minute. Let's just see where it goes. By just swapping out to the U, right? It has a higher thrust, and it burns for longer than the Araby. We'll see what the Russians got. What does fucking Stalin have cooking here? I mean, they probably got all the Nazi scientists by just, like, picking them out of their beds. You know? A bit further, not much, but a bit. So there is another configuration for the U-1250. This is something I didn't do in the test world, by the way. This was completely off the cuff. I promise, I did actually... Yeah, because this one burns for 60 seconds and has slightly larger thrust. Okay, yeah, what if we did that? Right, we just kind of up it to 400 millimeters. Make sure our sounding payload is at... Yeah, we want this at 75. Can we make it shorter? Yeah, we can make it 900 millimeters. 75, update. This thing burns for exactly a minute? Exactly a minute. Or rated for exactly a minute, I should say. So we can go to 65. Because you get that extra, like, 5 seconds free. Which is super nice. Alright. Let's see how it goes. Like, is it gonna hit 119? Oh, it does the contract. Hell yeah. It almost makes it to space. It almost makes it to space. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Alright. So I think we have a candidate to cross 140 kilometers. Because we can just remove that sounding payload and replace it with, I don't know, fucking anything. Replace it with the... Yeah, that's fine. Can I make it 3? No. Okay. Yeah. We can replace it with, like, that decoupler and the parachute again. And we're golden. So that's just gonna take a bit to remodel. Okay, there we go. Oh, I do have to tool it as well. All right, forgot about that. Yep, tool all. Unlock. Oh, post-war rocketry testing. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. We do have to wait just a bit longer. Okay, now we can go. Yeah, so this run is going to be way more based on efficiency than prior attempts. Let's see here. Okay, so I know hitting 140 and coming back is a contract. So let's just not beat around the bush and let's dump the sounding payload. Right, we'll stick one of these on. Yeah, that'll do. one of these interstage decouplers. Make it as small as humanly possible. I guess it's 400 now. Right, John 2.1. Let's see if it crosses into space. Because if it does, we're in business. And I can just queue it up immediately. Right, we are fucking go, go, go. Also, stop at stage 1. I don't want it activating the parachute at a stupid time. I would very much like it if the parachute was activated at a smart time. I'm not even sure if this decoupler and parachute even weighs less. I think it might weigh more. Fuck. No, hang on. How much does the sounding payload weigh? Right, currently it's 1.47. Oh, it does weigh more. Shit. I guess the get out of here. How do I get this thing to go away? Whatever. What was I saying? Fuck, I got distracted. Yeah, I guess it's heavier than I thought. Yeah, so we're gonna have... We're not quite at early rocketry yet, so we can't do that. Regeneratively cooled rocket. I'm pretty sure this means you can actually throttle it, which is sick. Okay. Right, what if we just did that? It's too heavy, but I think I'm already modifying it. Right, I'm pretty sure I'm already modifying it. Yeah, that's a lot more oomph right there. It might be arguably too much oomph. We'll see. It is kind of tilting a little bit. No, we got to 123. I guess there's also literally nothing that says I have to do it with the tech I have right at this moment. Like, is there any reason I can't wait until we get post-war material science? Because that's going to give us aluminum tanks. It's an extra, like, 6 months. Assuming I don't do that. Oh my god, middle of the night. Every time. Okay, let's go. This thing is with the sounding payload. Yeah. Huh? Oh, shit. Right, I forgot I told it to stop at stage 1. That's my bad. That is 100% my bad. Hopefully it won't matter too much. Hopefully. Yeah, we still hit the contract. Very good. And we got telemetry data. That seems to be about all we're actually going to get out of this thing. Which is fine, because we did the contract. Very good. Okay. Yeah, you can just crash now. Whoa. Oh my god. It is spinning quite rapidly. Yep. Oh my god, I hit return to vehicle assembly. I'm stupid. It's still like on the launch pad, isn't it? Yep. Fuck. Alright. Fortunately, it wasn't a very long launch. Set that to 0. Oh shit, one of the solids failed. Ooh. That's bad. Let's see if it still does the contract. Because I said if something just like fails mid-flight, we keep it. No. It's not even going to get close. We're going to get science from it, but that's it. Oh, shit. Alright, well, I guess we got to build another one. It's got this crazy ass speed again. Alright. Well, shit. It worked the first time. I guess that makes up for the last time when I accidentally cheated my way into surviving when it shouldn't. This is not enough science to research anything. Okay. Early solids, that gets us like the Nike or something, doesn't it? Basic solids. Are these two different texts? Yes. Okay. I guess this is the problem when you sort of over what's the phrase here? When you sort of queue up too much research. Okay, the John 2-1, right. So this is 2067. What if we use one of these? Right. What's the point of this thing? Because it has a lower thrust. It burns for less. Like, why would you not just not use a Tiny Tim? Whatever. Okay. We'll get the aluminum tanks. We'll come back to the John 2-1. So that's reconditioned. Okay. John 2, second go around. Let's See if the 2-1 will get into space if we set it to aluminum high. Oh, that's 117 seconds. This thing is rated for 60. Right, will that do it? Maybe. Okay. Let's try it. I guess I could also put a launch clamp on it just to keep it steady, but so far, it hasn't really seemed like a problem. Oh yeah, stop at stage 1. We don't want it getting as high. We don't want it, like, activating the parachute fucking immediately. Yeah, if this thing does... Oh, 150. Oh, easy. Alright, cool. Alright. So we get material science. We can cross 140. Fucking easy. Bam. And we get material science by the end of the year. Okay. Second try at the John 2. Yeah, there we go. This time without a hitch. And except for the fact that our engine has fucking performance loss. Don't worry, little Araby. It happens to everyone. Except me, of course. That sort of performance loss never happens to me. It happens to other guys, though. So I've heard. Yep. It didn't even make it to 40. Oh, shit. Alright, well, we sent another ballistic missile into the parking lot. Nope, actually, we're just sending it. Fuck this guy in particular. Alright. Yeah, and if it's from a failure, we keep it. So I guess we're building another John 2. Let's just build like 2 of them. Right? These things are failing just often enough that I want to build 2 of them now. Fantastic. Alright. That'll be ready at the end of September. Alright, roll it out. Quit rolling it out at 10 and 8. These fucking engineers, man. They always want to work. They burn the midnight oil all the time. And they don't recognize that no one wants to do anything at like 3 in the morning. Alright, there we go. I guess we started building it. I know you get extra flight data, which makes failures less likely. And you get this, like, pressure scan and barometric data. What do you mean it's not making it to 130? It did in all the fucking simulations. God damn it. Welp. Good thing we have another one queued. Oh my god. Avert your eyes. Oh, you can't look away. Literally cannot look away. Okay, well, back to the Space Center. We still got some of that barometric data, which is nice. So we're now at 4. Which gets us early science. These you have to be, I think, in space. No, flying high. So the ion mass we can actually do flying high. We might want to get started on that. Do we want the avionics prototypes? I don't know. We might want to get early material science and just wait. But I think early science is probably the way to go there. Alright. One of these days, we're actually going to do this contract. Because it did it. Right? It actually did it, so... right. Okay. Oh my god, it's already November. Ugh. Get out of here. Fucking hell. Alright, if this doesn't make it to 130, I'm gonna be a little mad. It might rely on having, like, the exact specific angle. Okay, no, now it made it to 130. No sweat. And we get this extra temperature data. So, do these work per biome? Yes, flying high biome. Right, so if we give it a bit of an angle, it'll get more data. Right, then it massively slows down. And crashes. That's fine. We did the contract, that's the important part. What else you got? Altitude sounding rocket. 180 kilometers with 75 units of sounding payload. 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds on that one. So if we take a John 2. Right. So it goes from minute 8. We do something like that. What do we already have? The John 2-1. 2-2. Right. Or maybe like, I don't know. I don't want to give it like really complicated fucking names. Because really complicated names are going to make it just harder to look for later. Right, we're going for like 180 kilometers. If this thing doesn't even get close, we're not doing that contract. Because I know it's going to go higher. I don't know how much higher. About 170. Or 175 even. Ooh. That's like one rocket engine upgrade. If we get one more upgrade for like the U-1250, or we take the 2-1, scrap that. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the sounding payload. And, like, it has to be high pressure for sounding payload, doesn't it? Yeah. For some reason. I didn't actually hit update. There we go. Will that save me another 5 kilometers? Because if it does, hot damn. I should probably put clamps on these things. Alright, we're just gonna times 4. Because, like, fuck it. Let's see here. Apps. Oh! Just barely. Yeah. I mean, that is... I think it's doable. It's so doable. It's so fucking easily doable. Like, that is minor optimization somewhere along the craft. Right. So those make the wings slightly lighter at the expense of being slightly weaker. So we might be able to get it to just barely cross the finish line. Maybe. We'll see. Because if the apoapse is like 181, then, you know, it's got to go through the atmosphere and all that shit. Oh. Oh my god, 192? Okay, yeah, we're doing that contract. Good god. And we get extra science. Okay, yeah, we're doing that. I am also going to put a clamp on it. Specifically so I don't forget. Right, because now I have these EDB little clamps again. Alright, yeah, let's go take that contract. For the harder sounding payload. You got yourself a fucking deal. Alright. So now we really are just waiting on post-war materials science. Bam. Oh. Right, we don't have the 140 kilometer thing yet. Okay, so let's build a 2-2, and then I guess go back and build a 2-1. Sure, why not? Do it completely ass backwards. Purchase all the toolings. Yeah, launch. Unlock the part. There we go. The 2-1. Yep, also made of aluminum. Also just put one of them on there. Tool it. Save it. It's slightly too heavy. Shit. Alright. Oh well. We'll do this contract. Can I... Yeah, I can put on more engineers. It doesn't matter, though. Okay. We'll do that. We'll get this done. Then we'll, I guess, modify the launch complex. been like an hour, and I feel like I've done way more progress than I did in that last save in like the entire day. Okay. So this should clear that contract easy. Easy peasy. Oh yeah. Yeah, the administration building. I should also do that. What? 177. Excuse me? It's gotta go 180. No. I got scammed. Fucking scammed. Like, I guess there's gonna be just some inherent... is there really inherent randomness? Like, is it based on, like, time warp shenanigans? Because it might be. That'd be annoying. Alright. 178. No, we're back to 177. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Well, whatever. We're gonna keep the data. Even if the rest of the even if it doesn't actually do the contract. Such horseshit. Alright. Back to the Space Center. Yeah, let's modify the launch complex. Oh, we have 5 signs now. Actually, how heavy is the John 2? It is 1.2 tons. Shit. You know what? There's not even any actual penalty for canceling a contract. We just won't do it. Right, fuck it. Yeah, reach suborbital trajectory and return uncrewed. We have 5 signs now, which we could throw into avionics prototypes. Slim down this mass and make the batteries last a bit longer. I kind of want to wait until early material science. I think that's the play. Alright. Yeah, let's queue up a 2-2, or a 2-1, rather. Let's queue up 2, because I know one of them's going to fucking explode. Or, like, some random engine part is going to fail. Alright. Max 23. Yeah, let's put on the max then. So that'll be ready March. Yeah, go to March. Let's just launch in the middle of the night. The game says launch at 3 in the morning. We launch at 3 in the morning. Whatever. Ooh, stop at stage 1. Whew. Good thing I caught that. That could have been bad. This should be an absolute treasure trove of science, because it will actually survive being suborbital, or the engine can fail. Engine failure is also always an option. Shit. Alright, well, there goes that. At least it's got a parachute. There we go. Well, fuck. Part of it survived. Presumably because time warp. What the fuck is happening? I cannot see it. Oh, did the... I think the parachute ripped off. Did the parachute, like, fail or something? Can that even happen? Yeah, let's cover that. I'll cover that. I'll cover that. Oh my god, so much of it over here. There we go. Try again in a couple months. Right, lads, build another one. We're gonna get the early tracking systems. What does that do again? A procedural science core upgrades. So this one I don't actually have to like apply. It just, I think it just applies automatically, right? I don't have to like specify that I want it on. These I can, I think, do either one. All right, so that'll be the next John. I guess the John, I might just rename it the 2-2 because I'm not doing that contract. All right. Yeah, our flight data is now well over 5,000. Which means there should be mean time between failures of like 20 minutes now. Which would be good. That'd be very, very nice. If it didn't explode. Oh, hi James. Oh, no, you can't have my leftover pasta sauce. No. No pasta sauce for kitty boys. Okay. We'll disengage that. $140. So we might get this telemetry data? Probably not. Well, maybe. No. Oh, if I had timed that better. Whatever. I really don't think it matters. Okay. Hopefully it'll wait until a more respectable time to activate. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Perfect. Yeah, you have to be like super efficient with your first couple of Arabies to get anything done. That doesn't count. That does not count. That was time warp. Right. If it says I'm like 30,000 kilometers in the ground, that is not... That's clearly not my fault. And I'm not gonna... That's not... Yeah. That's just reset. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Engine went off without a hitch. So we'll get up to closer to apoapse, or apogee? That might also be the term. And we'll punch that. Yeah, because that actually gives us a bit more delta V, because it's literally like throwing it up a bit more. So we should get that. Yeah, 3.3 credits for telemetry. Very good. Oh, we can disengage that, I guess. Okay. No time warp. Right? No time warp. We're gonna be patient. We're going to do this properly. We're just gonna wait. There's the Space Center. Let's see our trajectory, because we can do that now. That's so cool. Yeah, it makes these orbits look a little funky. Like, I don't know why the moon is doing this kind of like spiral motion. I can only assume that's a much more realistic depiction of the moon's actual trajectory. Right, because I saw this thing on like Minute Earth. It was talking about like how like the depictions of like the moon, you know, orbiting the Earth in a circle is not like quite accurate, because like that's accurate from the perspective of the Earth, but from the perspective of the sun, you know, this is the sun and the Earth is going this way, right? The moon just kind of like wobbles, except at no point does it actually like go up or like run counter to the direction of the sun, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Okay. Oh, see, the problem is I have to sit here. It's like 0 meters per second. And we're like 800 feet in the air. Nope, 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 nope. God damn it. Ugh. I gotta stop being impatient. Even though it slows me down to like fucking hovering. Right, let's try that again. We'll time warp up. We'll make sure we get our avionics data. Oh. Cat's running around like a crazy man. That's fine. He's a good kitty boy. 150 this time. Yeah, there's just a bit of randomness with exactly how high up I go. It kind of sucks. I'm sure it has to do with like the angle, right? If the angle is perfectly straight up, I go further. Okay. We're gonna do that. Just to net a few precious extra seconds in space for the sweet, sweet telemetry data. All right. Ooh, that was close. That barely didn't count. But we got it, so hooray. All right, yeah, that's the last temperature scan data. We can disengage that, turn it off. I'm at ×4 warp. I'm not going to touch it. Right. I might cut one chute, because I think I can cut one chute. But other than that, we're just going to play the waiting game, because the alternative is watching the same launch like 15 more times, which is already what happens in the simulations. But yeah, cut main chute, not a chute. Okay, maybe I could set it to be single instead of double. But we are declining at a steady 1.3 meters a second now, which is better than it was before, if only marginally. But yeah, I don't really know how to utilize Principia to its full extent. I like on the last file we barely made it to orbit, right? So using Principia is going to be a long ways off. But hopefully, eventually, I'll be able to actually like do cool shit with it, or something. I don't know. I'll probably be just bad enough at it, or just good enough at it to not utilize it efficiently, and I'll still treat it like it's stock KSP, and will fly around in a really weird pattern. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Because one of the ultimate goals I have for this playthrough, right? Assuming there's no early super boredom / crash out, right? Like if I fall into a bunch of money, and I have a job interview on Friday. Hopefully that'll pay way better than my current one. If if I get a decent amount of money pretty quickly, I might just switch to EU5. I want to play EU5. It looks cool. I know the AI is currently a bit jank. That's what some of the YouTubers are saying. But, that's something they'll patch out, right? The AI in Paradox games is always jank. It's always a bit shit for, to some players, always. But, like, eventually they'll teach the AI how to play EU5, right? I caught part of Corbett's stream, and he was talking where he's playing as like the Norse, as like a Norse Norway, right? Like Norse pagan Norway, and he was talking about like the AI doesn't make vassals, which is apparently super important for them to do, and they just don't do it. But yeah, with Norse in Scandinavia, right? Apparently, with a revived Byzantium, you can actually like revive Hellenism as well. I saw that on one of Lath's videos. There is, I think the EU5 devs looked at what was popular in butter smooth. What do you mean it sinks? I've never had a part sink. Oh my god, the Kerbal boat program is back on the table. Could I actually build a submarine? Train of thought over. Fucking submarines. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're getting the material science. Early tracking systems, that's the improved avionics core, I think. I think that's just what that is. Hello, hello. How are you? Tracking system? Okay, yeah, that's early science. That's tracking systems. Okay. So we could maybe put a tiny little biological sample on this thing. Right, call it the 2-2. Yeah, overwrite. I don't care about that other one. I'm doing alright, yeah. Started a new file of this just today, because my last install was completely borked. Early rocketry. What am I getting at that? RD200s, some Airbnb, a bunch of upgrades. But yeah, I also installed Principia. So, I think now that I know a bit more about what I'm doing, hopefully this one will go better, and we can get back to orbital satellites faster. Because with my botched install, I was actually making it even harder on myself. Because I didn't have the parts I needed. You know? Because like a bunch of them were just not there. Alright, let's see if this thing will get up to 140. Because that's how high it needs to be for the science. Wait, 140 or 40? Does flying high count? Oh, flying high counts. Okay. Nice. I also meant to stop that nuclear missile. No, it's a sounding rocket. So there's no explosives in it at all. We promise. Yeah, I mean, it might have like, I don't know, some fruit flies in it. That's about it. Alright. That actually just made it to space. I was not expecting it to do that first try. I know there's mods to add a bunch of weaponry and missiles and stuff to Kerbal Space Program, but I don't have any of those. I'm sure someone's made one compatible with like Realism Overhaul. Because that could be kind of fun in its own right. It's like you just have like an absolutely insane contract that's just like go nuke Mars. You know, I was having a like I wanted to do the real Earth because that just sounded fun. And I decided like I might as well just completely commit and do Realism Overhaul entirely. All right. This just worked first try. I'm actually really shocked about that. But yeah, I don't know. I like mods. That's all I got to say about that. That's gonna finish soon. Yeah. Okay. That's early tracking systems. I should probably also hire more researchers. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's build that new rocket. And we can get biological data as well. Oh, did I have... Nope, I didn't even have to tool it. Alright, cool. Oh, I don't have enough for 2. Alright, well, let's just stick with 1 then. Oh, I didn't even check contracts. I completely forgot. Yeah. Ugh. The mods do make the game run a bit slower, though, because there's a lot more going on, understandably. Let's see here. Downrange distance LV development. 150 kilometers with 500 units of sounding payload. First low space biological experimentation. Oh, shit. Small biological experimentation, 100 kilometers and 35 units sounding payload. That I can actually do with, let's just scrap the John 2-2. We'll make one with the sounding payload. It's only 35. It's 35 units. That's basically nothing. All right. Sounding payload. Boop. Okay. 35 update. There we go. I probably need to make it slightly long. Let's see here. This thing burns for, yeah, 1 minute. I might need slightly more delta V if I want to still hit 140 though. Unless I make this slightly shorter. Because that'll make it slightly lighter as well. Alright, let's try that. Because I want to be able to hit multiple milestones per rocket. I think that's really the winner strat here. Alright. Oh. Okay, yeah, it's a little off-center. But that should be fine. I keep forgetting to check the liters. Oh, that's only 100 kilometers. That's nothing. Like, we can do that in our sleep. Oh, 100. It goes up to like 137. Shit. It is at an angle. Alright. Let's try that again. See if it hits 140. If not... Yeah, this one's much more straight. Yeah, I think just how it launches, there's going to be inherently a little bit of variation. It doesn't matter. We don't make it to 140 anyway. Alright, I mean, I could obviously do it if I added one more stage. Well, okay, I say obviously. Maybe I could do it with one more stage. That needs basic rocketry. So this needs high pressure tanks. Let's... Wait, doesn't this also need a ground clamp? Maybe. Fill the Veronique. No, it doesn't. Okay. And it burns for 45 seconds, so we can set this to 50. Yeah. Slightly too tall now. But if this works, then it works. Yeah, that's the important part. Oh, I didn't actually stage that properly. Whoops. This was supposed to fire at the same time as the solid boosters. I just did that wrong. It doesn't matter though. 197. 196, but whatever. Yeah, it does have to make it back. Oh, I also want that running. Obviously. Alright. Where the hell did that thing go? Ooh. Ooh, it's starting to get a little hot on the way down. It did make it to like 190 kilometers, which is kind of insane. Oh, there's the Space Center. Okay. And these things should open up just fine. Oh, there it goes. There it went. They should open up, right? Yeah. Alright, well, cool. Does this need any other tech, or are we good to go? I mean, I have to modify the launch complex again. Again. No, it really doesn't. 2433, 42. Interesting. Okay. I guess because it's slightly more efficient further up. I don't know. Oh yeah. Also want to... Yep, overwrite. We got to modify the LC again. Let's set it so that the minimum is 12 meters. Yeah, or the height limit is 20. Okay, there we go. I might have to start making something more like a V2 to do the long range one. We are also losing money. Yeah, we're losing a lot of money. Alright, let's fire some researchers. Fire more researchers. That sucks. Fire even more researchers. Okay. Okay, and that should be enough to actually launch it. Alright. Oh, I should also need to tool it. Yep, that's good. Oh, configure experiments. There's so much crap on the screen right now. Okay, so I didn't actually get that other thing yet. Yeah, let's build 2. I'm gonna turn the lights on. It got really dark. Daylight savings time was like a week ago. So it got darker, like, it's getting darker way faster. So that's gonna be ready September. There's not really much I can do to speed it up. This thing has a max of 23. Yeah. Alright, I can bring back on some of the researchers. Okay, roll it out. Alright, perfect. So now we can do that. I keep forgetting to go to the administration page. No, well. Alright. I mean, for the contract, it just has to do 100 kilometers, and that's easy. Like, getting into space will be worth a lot more science. Yeah, like that. We can disable that. We're gonna get up as high as we can. Let's get up to, yeah, something like that. So we did also hit altitude record. Very nice. The biological sample needs to run for another, like, 18 minutes. It takes forever. The temperature and pressure scan should be done relatively quickly. No, I guess I only needed one. I could have then ditched the sounding payload from the other one because that's not necessary. But whatever. All right, yeah, a little bit of heat on the way down. That's fine. We still got loads of power. Like, I guess if I really wanted to min-max, I could reduce that, but I don't see much of a need. How far did we get? Oh, not bad. Yeah, now the moon is below us. And it looks like it's circling back up. Is that how the moon works? Oh. I don't know. It might be. Yeah, because I know once you start actually tracking objects in orbit in three-dimensional space, like the mathematical models we use in more two-dimensional space, like, you know, on paper, don't look as nice, right? Because the orbit always assumes this, right? Which I guess it's still doing, but yeah, I don't know. I'm going to assume it's accurate. I can't say I've really checked. Alright. So this is the slow part. Because I can do ×8 and ×12 time warp, but they're immediately going to blow up the rocket. So I kind of have to just sit here. Because these parachutes specifically, I don't know why. Oh, they're still up there. I guess they got caught in, I guess they're catching the wind. That's really interesting. I wonder if my version of Ferrum was also fucked with the botched install. That is entirely possible, because I don't remember it doing that. But maybe also I just never noticed. Okay, we can do ×8. Because we are, like, 0.5 meters a second. Oh, God. Yeah, look at it. We're hovering in place. Like, I guess is this what would happen if you had big enough parachutes? Like, comically big parachutes for a really small payload? Like, I feel like on Earth they would get caught in the wind, but there isn't wind in KSP. Maybe that's the next... that might be the next update for Realism Overhaul, is it adds, like, the weather. So, let's see here. Yep. We unlocked a whole bunch of shit. Yep. So we're old trajectory. Got some leaders. Alright, cool. Yep, recover vessel. Bam. Easy. Hour 45, we're already launching shit into space and coming back. Yeah, clean that up. Okay, administration building. We unlocked all this, and I just didn't touch it. Let's see here. Last time we went Glushko, because I don't care about removing leaders. I'm probably never going to touch this screen again. I don't want funds from program funding. Werner von Braun. Reputation loss from decay. Yeah, let's just go with, funds from program funding. Fuck it, let's just go with Glushko. Okay. Grudovich. 10% flight research speed. Oh, we're not doing planes. Betty Love. Flight research speed. Funds for air launch rollout. We're not doing planes. For as long as I can avoid it, I don't want to do planes. Maybe once I actually get better tech, I'll do the X-plane contracts. Just for the sake of a completion. Reputation of reputation decay. Okay. Integration speed of solid rocket engine parts. Solid rocket engine research speed. See, how long does it take to integrate a single part? I have no idea. -5% VAB integration, 60% flight research speed, 60% solid. Let's go with Jack. Right. Because I can tank the reputation decay. That's fine. So this first one has downsides. The other two don't. Right. So I guess we gotta look at like what it does and what the, because like they do different things here than over here as well. So like JPL, 10% science, avionics, and electronics research speed, but 10% funds for vessel purchase and launch. So everything's a bit more expensive. Integration speed of avionics and instruments. But again, how much does that matter? 10% flight research speed. Efficiency, engineer efficiency gain for LCs. Okay, so they become more efficient faster. But more funds for all new employees. 10% speed of all integration, minus 10% research speed. Let's do JPL. Minus 5%. Okay, 300% integration speed of isogrid tanks. I know we're going to use a lot of those. That one I do know. Yeah, researchers cheaper. You know what? Let's go with that one. We don't have him yet, but we will. All right, low space film return, and advanced biological suborbital, and that's easy. We can do that. Do we already have the camera? I don't think we do. Do we? Where's the camera? Because this is the advanced camera. Or the basic film camera. Oh, okay. Oh, starting parts. Okay. We have 11 science to play with. The core upgrades would be nice. We could start with the isogrid structures already. I think doing some of these rocketry techs is probably better. The Scud. Stentor. Yeah, there's like there's Europe as well. You could actually play as like a European space agency if you really wanted to. There's not a lot of launch sites in Europe, I noticed. Yeah, let's do basic rocketry and then solid rocket engines. Yeah. Okay, what's the next contract? Downrange, 3 kilometers. I want to wait for the better rocket engines before we really start messing with all that. I could do that. I could pick up the altitude sounding rocket contract again. I could also do first advanced. Right. It's got to go 2,200, 140 kilometers, and 200 units of sounding. And this is just 75 units. First low space film return. 120 kilometers of biological and 75 units of sounding. Do I want to just rush to the capstone? I don't think so. Because I kind of want more reputation because that gets more money. Let's do low space biological. Yeah. We'll also ever so slightly modify the John 2 to match. Or the 2-2, rather. Needs 75 units. How much is this? $39. 75. Update. Yeah, let's see if this just goes. I don't see why it wouldn't. Why wouldn't it go 120 kilometers? It went 190. Like, this should be easy. Like, sounding payload isn't that heavy. Like, it should still go into space. Pretty easy. Although it never hurts to double check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like 180. Alright. Perfect. Integrate it, and we're good to go. I was gonna integrate another one, but like I know the instant I'm done, I'm gonna go modify it for another contract. So let's just not even pretend. So this can hire only 23 people. We could hold probably another 20 scientists. We're gonna get early rocketry in a couple months. No, in 53. Actually, that is in a couple months. This one's just done in November. I guess I have to. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay, Truman is in office until January 53. It's November 52. So Truman's not going to see the early rocketry engine research. He's not going to be dead. He's just going to be out of office. Yeah, sure. Middle of the night. Why not? We launch half our shit in the middle of the night. People don't need to, like, sleep. It's fine. There we go. It's probably not the most graceful rocket ever. It's got that weird, like, stutter, go. But it gets the job done. And it doesn't look absolutely comical. And we've managed to keep the first launch complex, which is actually, well, maybe not super impressive, but marginally impressive. All right. Oh, we can also go a bit further up, get nice pressure scan and temperature scan data. we'll get slightly more data for biological samples. It did look pretty majestic with that sunrise catching it. Gotta say. Oh. There it goes. Bye-bye. Okay, I think it can handle ×8 fairly consistently. Hopefully. Oh, it better. Yeah, it can. Alright. We just got to sit here and wait now. For a couple minutes. Ugh. Great. I wonder if this one's also gonna sink. It's gonna be really interesting. Because, like, this is full of, like, fruit flies or something. It'd be really funny if they... Maybe not funny, haha funny, but... funny in some perspective. If they survive a trip into space and then they fucking drown. I don't know. Maybe only funny to me. Be moderately ironic. Which of these could we hit? You know, we could probably hit uncrewed record 250, 2,000 meters a second if we really didn't give a shit about getting the rocket back. If we're just relying on transmitted science. Didn't we get another... Oh. Did I get that other science? No, I didn't. Right, that's early science. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it sinks. Which is amusing. Okay. I wonder what mod does that. Like, what mod makes your ships actually sink? Well, that was 5.5 science. So we can get to material science. Oh my god, we're blitzing through it. Because, like, last time I got stalled around, like, here. Right, I also poured a bunch of science into this, and it got me, like, nothing. Alright, it's amazing what happens when you know more about what you're doing. I meant to go to mission control. Is there a button to do that from here? I think there is. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be nice just to avoid the load times, but... altitude soaring rocket? 180 kilometers with 75 units. That almost made it, I think. Made it to like 150. It already has 75 units, so we might as well take it. We get early rocketry. What do we get out of early rocketry? Some... a bunch of configurations. The NAA-75... Redstone missile, Juno 1. It's used for the Mercury. Okay. Where do you get the RD-200? Okay. I'm pretty sure, yeah, 85-second burn, 65-second. Yeah, the RD-200, I think, is one of those late-stage engines that just, like, burns forever. Okay, 75 units, 180 kilometers. 75 units. So we're already using Veronique. Basic rocketry. Right. It needs to be high pressure. Ironic. We can make it... How long does it burn? 49. We can make it slightly longer. It's now slightly too heavy. Shit. Okay. Let's try it, and we'll see what happens. Right, we'll see if it hits 180. Hopefully. I guess I could also remove the biological sample, but at that point, like, we're not getting any science out of it. Oh. Yep. Yep, I'll just about do it. Ooh. That's majestic. Alright, yeah. Technically, we don't even have to bring it back. I mean, I want to, obviously. But, technically speaking, we don't have to. So that's gonna hold us until basic rocketry. So that's gonna be a little bit... that's only gonna be a couple months. We can hire more staff. Okay, it is now February. Ladies and gentlemen, President Dwight D. Eisenhower going to the tracking station to celebrate the inauguration of Dwight D. Eisenhower. Eisenhower, everybody. All right. I feel like this joke is only funny to me. It's not even a joke. It's just like a visual gag. All right, and then we get basic early solid rocket engines. I guess I could also start designing rockets that last in space a bit longer than your mum. What? Oh, well, if I gotta modify it anyway. I might as well see how high it goes for, to see if it'll, like, survive. Because, like, if it doesn't burn up in the atmosphere, it should probably survive. So we can get some extra science out of the biological research. Hopefully. Yeah. 180 kilometers. Oh yeah, 205. Hot damn. We're not getting any avionics data or anything from the avionics part. It is just the biological sample. And I guess a contract for hitting some other milestone. Alright. If it doesn't burn up, we're good to go. Because we do want to keep it in space longer for that research. Ooh. Oh yeah, totally good. Alright, so I do have to modify the LC, which is fine. It's not a big deal. Okay, it's currently 3 tons. Modify the LC. Oh, we have to build a new one. Alright. In that case, we might as well try and make it like 6 ton. Or, no. Trying to make it 4 tons? And do the contract just to save on the LC? Do I dare? No, I'm not doing that. Okay, maybe I dare a little bit. Right. What if, hear me out. No, it's not even that heavy. Alright, fuck it. We'll go back to that. We'll just make a new LC. We'll just make it do 5 tons. So it can go up to 10 now. That's gonna take a couple months. There's nothing I can do about that. Alright. Yeah, let's build one. Oh. Oh, right. Bam. Right, I need basic rocketry. What am I doing? I don't have the tech for it. Completely forgot. We get that in now. Oh, I guess I can also hire more research or NGs. Okay. Yeah, some more NGs will make it go faster. It's kind of nice not having to worry about splitting them with the hangar. Because, like, fuck the hangar. What do you mean I didn't get basic rocketry? What did I just get? Where is basic rocketry? Oh my god, basic rocketry is way down here. Oh shit, that's in... Fuck. Did I just get, like, early rocketry? I got early rocketry. It's like U-1250 upgrades. God damn it. Alright. Whoops. Because early rocketry is not basic rocketry. They're two very different things. I mean, obviously they are, but damn it. Okay. Right, what if we just ditch that initial one altogether? We do something like that. Obviously, remove the tanks. Does this need to be pressurized? No. And it can burn for 85 seconds. I don't need any... Okay. Let's just make a new rocket altogether, right? Because I think we're starting to get to that point. So we want early film camera, biological sample. What else do we want? We want parachute. We want the decoupler. Ooh, that looks cool. Let's just go with the procedural one. Is this really 1 ton? No, 0.06. Or 0.6. Okay. Okay, procedural tank. Right, we want an aluminum. We're going to have a RD200 on the end. It needs a clamp, which is fine. Okay. So this thing burns for 85 seconds, so we're going to set this tank for 90. Something like that. Right. I guess I should also... I think... How wide is this thing? Does it say? No. Alright, let's just call it 1.2. Actually, I think it's 1.3. So, 1.3. We can make it, fully utilize it. Oops. Something like that, right? Because this burns for 90. I guess I could also have multiple. And just use a different clamp. Yeah, I'm gonna have like 3. It's already way heavier. No. No, let's not be crazy. Let's stick to 1. Right, it's gotta have the clamp. Like so. We can have the procedural wings. Do we want near Earth? I think we actually want near Earth. I think I'm basically making a V2. I think that's what's happening here. Okay, we still only have thermometer and barometer. That's fine. Right, avionics core. Close that. We want it to be a smooth cone. Yeah, seems about right. Something like that. Yeah, that we can actually, I guess we could, I guess that's kind of cheating it. Whatever. Right, we'll strap one of those to the back. This thing has like no delta V. So we'll strap some of these. Yeah, I got some of these Nikes. They're 218. Yeah, that's it for the boost solids. Okay. Make it smaller. Like, they're gonna separate anyways, so who cares? Okay. The Dave one. Yeah, it's already way too heavy. The other launch complex, complete waste of time. Okay, so this needs to hold 12, 500. Let's test it. Let's see what happens. I don't think it's going to work out super well. But, you know, it'll be a good learning experience. This is not even the thing I need it to do. Okay, send guidance. Yep. Okay. I also forgot yeah. Alright, let's go back to the assembly. I did say I wasn't going to touch these sorts of rockets until I got better. Better engines. So. Right, this just needs basic rocketry. That's why I was changing it. Okay. Oh, hi, James. My cat is now licking me. He's saying hello. He wants to see what I'm up to. Okay, let's go back to the U-1250. Right. Does it need to be high pressure? Yes. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Minute 30, it burns for minute, so it's gotta be shorter. Minute 5. Okay. Oh. Cat does not want to leave my lap. He's such a good boy. He gets needy every now and again. Alright. Does this hit 180? Because I don't think I actually checked. We know the Veronique does. But what does this one do? James, do you want to say anything to the internet? He never does. He's purring, but he doesn't want to say anything. He wants to be quiet. Okay, it does 148. I feel like I can get it to 150. Or 180, rather. I do have those improved solids. Right, we're using Tiny Tims. Let's up to the Nike here. No, not like that. Like so. Okay. Yeah, it's 2400 delta V. I suppose meters per second of delta V. But whatever. Alright. Yeah, that thing burns for way longer. Alright. It did something. Oh, no, that was one we already did. Alright. Does this get up to 180? I wonder if I have to, like, hot fire it. Or, like, I don't know. Guess not. Because this will do... Yeah, this does it. Alright, it's that easy. It really is that easy. You just make the booster a bit bigger. And you're golden. We gotta just... What's wrong with it? Oh, it's actually too light. Huh. That's an interesting problem. Sure. Okay. Whatever. I guess they're the engineers back in the first LC. Which they're already at. Hello, hello. I'm alright, how are you? We started a new Realism Overhaul today because I realized my last install was completely borked. So we're currently doing some early sounding contracts. But you know, you gotta do the early game stuff. Ugh. It's only been a couple hours, and I feel like I'm already in a way better position than I was last time. Because now I know more about what I'm doing. I say as my engine fails. Well, shit. Alright. I guess we're, launching another one. That sucks. Boy. Hopefully that won't happen again. Hopefully. God damn it. Alright. Hopefully it won't be another, like, 10-minute wait on the way down. Nope, we're at a consistent 1.1. Never mind, we're just at 1. Somewhere between 1 and 2, I guess. So we just gotta chill. Because it was a random failure, so, you know, we respect it. If it was MechJet being funky or something, like, I would just relaunch, but no, we gotta do it right. Because like if I'm gonna just restart every time it happens, like what's the point of the feature? Okay, well, I wasn't gonna get any science anyways. I forgot that times 12 time warp will 100% kill it, which is fun. All right. Let's queue up another 2 so that maybe I can get more biological data while we're up there. Yeah, it's gonna be ready in August. End of August. We're gonna launch in the day. We're not animals. Alright. We do gotta get that early science. I kind of forgot we need to wait for the rollout. I always forget that. Alright. Well, the early science should be ready by November. By like mid-November. Which isn't too bad. It feels good to have like 8 sciences queued up. Especially after the last file where I felt basically like soft locked. Okay, failed to ignite. Hang on. No. Hang on. Is that like a staging thing? Because if it is... Like, is it because we're using this Nike? No. Was that really just... Oh, I guess it has an ignition chance. The ignition penalty for Q. I don't know. Alright, well, I guess I might have cheated. Oops. The cheating isn't exactly super strict. It's just me. If I was in like a race with someone, then there might be more complications. Alright. We're gonna get good biological data. We're gonna get all the way up. And disengage. Contract complete. Low space biological, yep. Uncrewed. Wow, a whole bunch of speed records. 9,000 meters per second. Oh, Lord. Alright. I like how it kind of like peters off. It's like, yeah, you probably like hit the ground or something here. The trajectory is so cool. Principia is neat. Yeah, we need to spend a lot more time in the upper atmosphere. And I guess in low Earth orbit to get this biological data. But whatever. We did the sounding rocket. Alright. Ooh. There we go. Smooth. Something exploded. God damn it, Chris. Where the hell are we now? Oh, we're a bit north of the Space Center. It should be... Oh, there it is. Oh, I see it. Alright. Well, time for the classic. ×8 time warp at 800 fucking meters. And we are right over the ocean. So I don't know what mod it is. Because my other parts didn't do this. My ships now sink. Which means submarines are on the table. That would be so fucking stupid. I joked last time that I should build the Kerbal boat program. But I could actually build the Kerbal boat program. And, like, a fucking undersea... I guess a sub of some description. That could be really fun. I'm trying to think, where could you actually use an undersea, like a boat in the solar system? Because Earth and I guess Titan are really the only places. Right? I don't know if anywhere else has a liquid on the surface that isn't like molten hot magma. Right? Molten hot magma. But, like, you're not driving a car on Venus. It ain't happening. Right? And, like, you're not building a lava boat on Venus. Not happening. Okay. 6 science. Very good. I should probably go for avionics prototypes. Get to satellite era research. Resize the panel, select the level of solar panel. Oh my god, you can... Communication contract satellite bus. And navigation contract satellite bus. Okay. Yeah, I guess we need the avionics prototypes. Or do we want maybe one more level of, like, the orbital rocketry before we start getting into, like, satellites. That seems like a good idea. Okay. Low space film return, that's going to need, like, a V2. Advanced biological suborbital. Let's do the low space, or I guess how far along are we in the programs? Super early. We're still super early. I could just keep futzing about with these sounding rocket ones, because this is just the one I just did. Right, get some free money, get some free confidence. Oh, I'm already queuing a John 2 too, so never mind. John 2. Sorry, I am horribly afflicted by Delta Rune brain rot. It is terminal. There is nothing that can be done. Okay, the 2-3 is probably gonna have some of this early science stuff on it. V2. I looked up a tutorial for RO1 for Realism Overhaul, right? And part of the guide had how to build something like a V2, right? So I'm not going to copy it entirely. Okay, I think this might just be badly designed. And I am reverting. Whatever. So, because I want to understand what's going on here, right? So we look at the U-1250 here. Ignition chance goes down as it goes up. Right, so I think it's based on the air pressure at the front, Q, and I think that's it. Right, because it goes down as that original Nike runs out. So really, I should have swapped them. Right, it should be a tiny Tim on the bottom and Nike's here for so that the U-1250 would be guaranteed to, like, activate. Right? Yeah, because as the Q goes down, the ignition chance goes up. So it's not flight data, it's not a random failure, but it's weighted based on this ignition penalty. Okay. Okay, I understand. I am understanding. Yeah, this is another clean science sweep. Chalk one up for the NASA bros. Okay. Boop. Okay. So let me take a good hard look at the V2 here. So it's got the... Okay, yeah, it has like a warhead on the front, but we're not using a warhead. Then it's got the avionics. It says it has an alcohol tank. Is this thing single stage? I think it's single stage. Yeah, I guess the alcohol was also for fuel. Very German. They gave it beer on the way up. I say that, like, you know, I don't know. Obviously, alcohol is just a very good combustible resource. To completely undermine my own joke. All right. So yeah, I think the next step is to basically start building V2s. Because the film contract one, right? You have to go a certain range, a certain amount downrange, right? If we look at the flight recorder, this went 6 kilometers. It's supposed to go. It needs to go like 20. For the film camera to mean anything effectively. So that's the plan. That's what we gotta do, right? And the advanced biological capsule, I think, nets the same research, right? It's biological sample. I would be shocked if they're separate. Why would they be separate? Right, that's free science. This mod is not in the mood to give you free science. Right, it's why you can't take the temperature of the parking lot and learn how to build a rocket. Right, it's like we discovered supersonic flight by looking outside and going, man, it's really hot out there. Tink. Okay. Alright, normal recovery. That did the contract. That's the important part. Still got 6 science. Like, damn, that's actually still good science. Right, we're starting to get into this. We could actually start researching entry and de-entry, which is kind of insane. Do I go for the avionics upgrades? Like, cutting the mass by 20%, I guess that's not huge, but still. Alright. Yeah, we have to get the avionics prototypes. Yeah, I can't drag those. I can just repeat this. Okay, I'm getting less confidence, though, because I'm just doing the same shit over and over again. Oh, hi, James. Yeah. 200 kilometers downrange with a film camera. So I guess we are designing a V2. I do want early science. Early material science. What does that net me at this stage in the game? Aluminum stringer tanks. That's about it. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, alright, let's switch over to the Daves. Because we're about as far as we can get on sounding rockets, I think. So. Avionics procedural. Yep. Yep. We're gonna need a fuel tank. Actually, probably like a decoupler and a fuel tank. Let's make the... Yeah, make that foil. Okay, what engine do we want, right? Because I think we want one of these ground lights. Ground lit. Maybe that one? The NAA 75? Yeah, let's do it. So the guide also mentioned a... Yeah, one of these to make it more aerodynamic, which I guess is a good idea. Let's make it 2 meters. Whoops. The tank itself does not need to be that wide. Yeah, we can make it 1.6. So I guess we can make this slightly narrower as well. Yeah, something like that. Oh, right. We also have to make it fairing node 2. Hello? Face the right way. Oh, right. There we go. Yeah, something like that. Because I'm fairly sure this does actually matter. It makes it more aerodynamic. We can also... There's like some kind of... Whoa. It's like a fairing decoupler or something. We want that off. Is that here? Yeah, fairing decoupler off. We don't care. Okay, that should be fine. Let's see here. We're not getting basic rocketry for a while, so this is what we're sticking with. Right, fill it. We want it to burn for minute 1. We are definitely going to need new LC. There's no two ways about it. Right, something like that. We'll deal with that later. This thing is 1.6 meters wide. Okay. I don't know what that was. Okay, early film camera. That's the thing we absolutely need. Advanced biological data. That's the thing we're getting. Right. Let's call it the Dave one. This is the new Dave. Whatever the other one was, I don't give a shit. Right, untitled spacecraft. Get out of here. Oh, I can also... Oh, I can check it from in here. Right. Okay, early science. That's the next one. I'm willing to wait for early science. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait. I think I need to make this a cone. Right, something like that. How heavy is this already? 17 tons. We can set that to be much more reasonable. Wow, alright, that just worked. Very good. I did not expect that to work. I guess we can also make this a smooth cone. Right? Don't use anything. It doesn't quite look right. But you know what? Now it does. Right, we'll just pretend that's like screwed in there. You know? Somehow. We'll slap on a couple of radial chutes. Okay. We want something like that. Yeah. We want him bigger, obviously. Maybe not that big. Two. Something like that? Maybe it needs to be a little lower down. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. Right. I think it was like 2 kilometers or something like that. We'll turn on the flight recorder. Do I have it up? No, I don't. It needs clamps. Alright. Yeah, it needs clamps. I guess I could also give it some solids if it really needs it. We'll see. I mean, this one's pretty clearly a missile. I don't think we're fooling anyone with this one. This one is a missile. Yeah. All right. There we go. And that is blown up. It blew up. All right. Let's edit that ascent path. Let's make it 45 degrees. And we'll try again. Maybe if it's slightly less aggressive, it'll be okay. Because we do want it to have some height as well. I might also be able to like tweak the aerodynamics or something. I don't know. That might be part of it. Maybe if it had like control surfaces on the bottom. I don't know if that would. Okay, let's crash into the ocean. And just so we can look at what exploded first. Okay, what exploded first? Aerodynamic stresses. Okay. Something failed due to aerodynamic stresses. I don't know what. So... Okay, let's make the wings a bit stronger. Let's see if that does anything for us. Also, simulating the daytime, please. I want to see what I'm doing. Okay. It is funny how there's a little, like, hole there. That probably shouldn't be there. It seems to be when it... Nope, not handled it. Well, alrighty. How far downrange does it go? Like 400. Okay, let's see if this thing will survive. Whoa! Not if it gets hit by the fucking V2. Okay, so it goes over 500 downrange. And the parachutes should deploy soon and be fine. Buff. Buff. Perfect. So that's the Dave 1. Excellent. Yeah, John's our sounding rocket. Dave's the V2s. Okay. What exactly did we need to do for some of these contracts? So we need low space film return. It's got to hit 100 kilometers, altitude 200 downrange. Oh, easy. Advanced biological suborbital. That's got to get... That's harder, but yeah. All right, so that does that contract. Excellent. And that'll get us photography data, which is extra science that we can look at and learn how to rocket. Yeah, we're going to need a new LC. Dave's pad. It's currently 14 tons. 18, 19? Okay, 19. Alright. Yeah, I wanted it as big as possible so I don't have to keep rebuilding the damn thing. So that'll be ready... Oh, after early science, which is perfect. That's kind of the order we wanted to do things in anyway. Oh shit, we're losing money now. Alright. Fire the researchers. Okay, that's early science. That's Dave's pad. Cool. So now we can throw all our energies at it, and we can actually do another contract. I love it when a plan comes together. Tool it. Bam, bam. Oh. Yep, unlock everything. Oh, not enough money for another one. That's fine. We'll do one. We'll do the contract. Ooh. Right, we get early material science like a month before the Dave 1 is finished. So we could probably already modify the Dave 1 to go that much further and get us that much more data with the 1.1. Right. With something like that. So this thing burns for minute 5. You can actually make it... actually slightly longer. 0.1. Oh shit, I forgot to configure the experiments on the Dave 1. Fuck. It's probably fine. Did I forget to configure any experiments? How embarrassing. Alright. Well, good thing we're immediately upgrading to the 1.1. Because of minor administrative cock-ups. Oh, actually, we didn't even start on the Dave 1. Okay. Let's go back in. And add another Dave 1. Here we go. Yeah, I didn't put any experiments in it. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Is that on? Yes. That's on, too. Alright. Okay. Nothing was lost. Excellent. And the Dave 1 should go further, because it'll have the early material science. Oh, this thing, oh my god, this can have 92. Yeah, we can have the Dave 1 way faster. And make money. Alright. That's the Dave 1. The early material science, that happens later because I put on so much. Yeah, I'm willing to wait for the material science before we build another Dave 1. We'll just wait. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, and it maintains avionics. So it's golden. It's so gold. My god, it almost even looks like a real rocket. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's doing so much science. We can also ditch that now. We don't need it. Bye-bye. Hasta la vista. Safe travels. Go terrorize Florida. As is your birthright. It's not making it to Florida, but we are making it to, like, the middle of the Gulf. Which is pretty good. You know, for, like, 1954. Wee. Alright, yeah, we're under 40,000, so no more science. We just wait. Oh, it's so easy. It's too easy, mate. No, I don't want to say that. Oh, fuck. Knock on every piece of wood into the forest. It's still Realism Overhaul, after all. And I'm doing the shit that I've done, like, this is like my third try. So this is the easy shit. Right, this right here, this is baby mode. Oh my god, times 12 and it didn't kill me. Is this thing gonna sink? Are all my craft gonna just sink from now on? No. What do you mean Realism Overhaul calculates buoyancy? That is really funny. Alright. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Alright, cool. Excellent. That's a contract. That's science. Man. We are breezing through some of this early game. That was only like 3 science. Which isn't a huge amount, but that's still... that's the casters. Soror launched with Scout X in 1960. Pioneer adjustment motor. Crew survivability. Do I want to wait for science or satellite era? No, I'm gonna get solid rockets. No, I'm gonna wait. I have so much in the bank right now. Right. So what's our next contract? Low space full return. It did hit. It did both of that, right? So the Dave's gonna do that, no problem. How are we looking on the program timing? We need to do advanced biological suborbital sooner rather than later. Alright, yeah, we're gonna... $92. We're gonna go hard into the researchers. Okay, and then we get basic rocketry, which is gonna be like the Veronique upgrade that I was using earlier. This is the advanced one, right? Yes. So this thing is completely untested. I have no idea how much further it's gonna go. But it should be a lot, hopefully, because it has the aluminum tanks. Or the advanced aluminum tanks, I should say. So this is gonna be ready in February. There's not much I can do about that. Basically, rocketry is going to get me the S2 253, the Scud. That's right. Forming the basis of the Iranian and North Korean space programs. Okay, I hope Martin's using this thing. Let's see here. So we can get the LR-43. Hot damn. Uh, 65 seconds. Bunch of configurations. Alright. Yeah. Cool. And some other upgrades. So, very nice. Alright. That's a Dave 1. Did I not queue up a Dave 1.1? Did I really just queue up another Dave 1? Am I serious? Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, well, let's get two 1.1s. Shit. Whatever. I think this still does the contract anyways. Like, no sweat. I cannot believe I waited to actually have the 1.1 and then I didn't use it. I just queued up the older one like an idiot. Alright. Well, whatever. It'll still do the job. Yeah, LC2 is now more efficient, but we're not using it anymore. Which is something that's a problem I keep having with these things, is like the efficiency goes up after I'm already committed to not using them anymore. It just kind of seems to be the way. Okay. There we go. And some extra science. Not as much, but you know, still some. And we did the contract. There it goes. Might have almost hit me. It is dark as shit out here. My God, it's almost like we're out in the open ocean. I'm sorry, did I not change that graphics file? I did. This is boosted by like 20%. Oh, there it is. We did it. We're in space. Look at us. We're in the void, apparently. We have managed to hit the intergalactic void. All right. Well, this is still the contract. All right. Oh well. I guess it's already set up for a sounding payload, because I think that's part of it, isn't it? Yeah, that was another 3 science. Very good. Downrange distance, LV development. Which of these are mandatory? 3,000 kilometers. And advanced. Okay, yeah, 200 units of sounding payload. Let's cancel the Dave 1.1s. Right, let's go back to this. Let's add in that 200 units of sounding payload to the top. Because we have this tank just doing nothing. Oh. Ooh, that's 14. All right. Well. Oh, utilization. Okay. Oh, I panicked for a second there. I was like, how fucking much is this? That's the Dave one. Okay. No, it's gotta be high pressure. For some reason. I'm not actually... I should probably also accept the contract. That'd probably be a good idea. And then I'll test it. I'm pretty confident that it'll just work. Right, we'll throw on more researchers so we can burn through this research a bit faster. Okay, the Dave 1.1, it has the sounding payload. 2,200 meters a second, 140 kilometers, 200 units of sounding payload. Eminently doable. Totally doable. Not a problem. Maybe. Probably. Likely. Let's see. Not if I don't stage it right. That's important. Fortunately, MechJeb can still just fly it for me. But it can't stage it for me. Yeah. Checking everything else. It's just a single stage missile. Like, this is a V2. The Germans were building these things like a decade ago. I mean, ours probably has a much further operational range. Alright. Let's see if it has enough oomph. Easily. Oh, easily. Look at that. It goes to like 220 meters, 220 kilometers. It's so high. Wait, surface speed greater than 220 and the altitude has to be over 140. Oh shit. Oh, is it not powerful enough? Is it like slightly underpowered from what it needs to be? In which case that's fine. Right, that's not an issue. I don't want to wait for basic rocketry. Let's set that to like back to 3.5. Let's set it to 3. Right, because I upped that that ratio when it was like exploding from aerodynamic stress. But then I changed the angle, so maybe I don't have to do that. Yep. All right. Did I forget to change the stage? Oh my god, because I moved the clamp. I forgot to move the staging again. Oh, all right. Wheel. Okay. I guess it makes sense because I did remove the only part that was on that stage. So it makes sense why it got a little confounded. Confounded? Confused? Embiggened? Whatever. Alright. And we'll keep it in surface. Right, because it hit some other... Yeah, ECI, whatever the fuck that means. Okay, disengage. Yeah, now it's ECEF. Yeah, so it does the... This is weird. It goes down range far enough. It doesn't have to go downrange at all. It doesn't have to go downrange. Why am I acting like it has to go downrange? It's just speed. Right, so I'll just fly it myself. We'll just go straight up. You know, I guess we'll give it a bit of a turn. Maybe not. really doesn't want to. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this might not work, but I think the methodology is sound. Alright. Try it again, but fly it better this time. Or maybe just don't fly it at all. Just go straight up. Right? If we just go straight up, it has to be, yeah, 2,200 over 140 kilometers. So if all this speed just goes into the upward direction, yeah, okay, maybe I need a bit more delta V. Maybe. We do make it to almost like 400 kilometers, though. Yeah. Alright, it just needs a slightly bigger rocket. In which case, some solids will probably handle it. In which case, I also do want some control surfaces down here. Right, if we make the length 1.5, sure. We'll give it a bit of aerial control while we're up there. What's solids? Like, they don't have to be huge. We could just use some Tiny Tims, honestly. Alright. Tiny Tims. Boop. Or maybe those Nikes. Right. Let's not mince words here. We want big rockets. Okay, so we want this to fire first, right? Then it fires all that, and then this goes, then those decouple, and then we're good to go. This thing goes for 65 seconds, so we can actually make this a bit longer. Like that. I guess it's untooled now, because technically it's a new tank, because it's slightly too big from the old one? I don't know. Whatever, man. I just want my rocket to work. Okay. Oh. Oh, they're caught in the fairing. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll just move those. That's fine. Also, the avionics is now too small. Yeah, because now it's 17.4. We want it set to 18. We could set it to 20 and not give a shit. Like, once we're past the super early aerobees, like these super minute optimizations just don't matter. Or, like, they don't matter as much. Oh, I should probably turn on SAS. That would be helpful. Alright, well, I guess we're going this way now. That's fine. Okay. There we go. Now all it has to do is return. We're getting some... Oh, the mass spectrometry data. 440 kilometers. Like, good God. Okay. Is this gonna survive, or is it gonna burn up? Because it might just burn up. We are kinda up here. Yeah, we are. Ooh, way up there. Oh, nope, it handles it. Ooh. Like a champion. Alright, cool. That's that. That's that contract. And some nice science. Yada, yada, yada. But I repeat myself a lot. Purchase all the toolings. There we go. Oh, I gotta modify it for these fuels, I guess. Sure, man. We'll set it to 23. Because I want to throw on more engineers when it's done. But that's fine. That'll be ready in like 4 days. That's really not that long. There we go. And we're gonna get the basic rocketry soon. Which should... Yeah, that's gonna make all this way easier. So... Oh, right. Yeah, we're only gonna launch one. We only need to launch one. And we'll immediately have better engines. Yeah, like 2 months later. Like, I know we have a 5,000 kilometer downrange, right? So let's immediately get to work on the Dave 2. Right. Let's get rid of these. No, keep that. Get rid of those. So we got the Veronique. I guess we can have these ground lit engines as well. We were using this for 383. This one's going to give us 617. And it burns for 2 minutes. Or a minute. We want it in that part of the fairing, please. Yeah, that's going to need the clamp. Move the tanks for that. Oh my god, it's too tall. For fuck's sake. Okay, it does burn for 65 seconds, so we can set it to 70. Yeah, like that. Dave 2. Dave-tastic Boogaloo. Yeah, let's see what this thing can do. Right, because we have 3,000 and 5,000 kilometer milestones to hit eventually. So we'll turn on the autopilot again. Flight recorder. All right, let's see how it goes. Oh. Yeah, it's not quite that perfect descent path. Could probably set it back to, maybe we can set it to 40. Okay, so we get to like 1800 downrange. We get a lot more. We get some more science, I should say. Maybe not a lot, but definitely a non-zero amount of science. Not unless it yeah, if it explodes, we don't. So I didn't actually test how far downrange the Dave 1.1 goes with those solids. Right, if we launch it according to, like with MechJeb, right? Like, will it still do the contract, actually? That's kind of important to know as well. But here, really, all we care about is speed and height. And it looks like the answer is yes, actually. Yeah, actually, it does the contracts when flying smartly. The other one goes way further, though. Alright, will it survive just fine? Because I don't want to have to do funky shit. Oh, yeah, no problem. Okay, so it burns up in the atmosphere. That's bad. That's really bad. With the Dave 2. Right, we do not want this. Oh my god, this is still full of sounding payload. Get out of here. Yeah, how's this work? So this is kind of the part of the guide I stopped reading. I didn't get this far. So this might be the part where my natural kerbling instincts take over again and we get some real hot nonsense. Like, do I even shift it to PVG at this point? I don't know. Well, this is still 1.5 kilometers. Or 1,000 kilometers, I should say. Oh, and that time it just survived. Okay, so that's fine. We'll do that. That's still good science. I gotta modify the launch pad again to make it taller, or complex rather, which is fantastic. But that's fine. Well, shove that full of dudes. Slightly overhired dudes. Okay, roll out. Hire an extra 10 researchers. So we can get the 56, 57 rocket engines fast. Fire those researchers, I guess. Okay, launch in the morning. Beautiful day. Let's do the contract that we know for 100% certainty we can do. Alright, contract complete. Yeah. We got more dudes, more leaders. I don't really care. The administration is not a mechanic I am engaging with very much. And that's not on the mod's part. It's just like, I mean, I guess it is technically on their part. It's just kind of like, it's a bunch of minor effects for that I can't really, I don't understand what I'm looking at. You know, it's like, do these matter? In effect. As far as I can tell, the answer is generally no. Okay. Let's time warp. All right. And this should come back home safely. I say home, it's the middle of the ocean, but still. As long as this part doesn't hit us. View. Which it got kind of close to. It's gonna go embed itself on the fucking seafloor. Oh, can we watch it disappear? Oh yeah, it's a... Nope, okay, it's gone. It is so gone. I thought it almost survived there for a second. Okay. And when the speed is over like 2 meters a second, it looks like we can actually safely times 12 time warp. Beautiful. We did the contract and we finished the program. Damn, an entire program, day one. Like, that's pretty good. And let's see here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna be with Eisenhower for a while. He's here till 61. We got 2.2 extra science. Let's clean up a little bit, I guess. So we have 13 science, right? Is it satellite era electronics research? Is it entry, descent, and landing? Because I think it's the heat shields. Right. Unlocks beryllium heat sink technology is designed for ballistic reentry. I think we go with the heat shields. All right. So we did this. There's actually not a lot of reason to cancel this right now because we're about to get maximum money out of it. I do have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. To celebrate, a program well done. Ladies and gentlemen, vodka. Ooh, that's good. Okay. So we have the 1-1 coming out. With more advanced solid rocket engines as well. It's going to be mostly these baby sergeants. Right, and I guess the GCRC. What's the Vanguard? Vanguard rock. Yeah, Vanguard rocket. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at. Right. But we are getting these baby sergeants. As upper stages in clusters 11, 3, and 1 attached to the payload. Okay, that's interesting. I may have to futz about with them. Do we want to keep doing these? Like, we can do this, right? Like, yeah, let's keep doing these until we know we can hit 3,000 downrange. Yeah. That one was water. That one was not vodka. Okay, Dave 2. Tool it. Oh. Did I not modify it already? Was I supposed to do that? I probably was. Oops. Oh well. Can it do this contract? The low space film return. Okay, kind of hit the clamp a little bit there. But other than that, smooth launch. It does have to go downrange 600 kilometers, which I think these do. Be real shocked if they don't. Okay, we can disengage that. 573 kilometers. Good lord. Yeah, these go like 1.4. They almost hit Florida. Okay, well, they don't burn up. So that's the important part. All right. Yep, we're good. They get close, though. They get really close. Yeah, 25 max. Why not? Okay. So if we just said, I don't care about it coming back. Right. Make it something like that. Right, and we call this the Dave 2.1. How far downrange does it go? Because that's something we have to know. We have to know, does it go 3,000 downrange without the payload? Because I'm content to just keep doing tiny little contracts. Oh, I told it to stop at stage 1. And it did. Because I removed the other stage. Stop at stage 0, please. Oh, I guess I didn't account for it being lighter when it comes to the engine rating. That's fine. I just want to know how far downrange it'll go. Because the answer might be very, very far downrange. Not much farther, honestly. It hits the Florida Keys. Well, it explodes above the Florida Keys. So... okay. New plan. What if instead of removing the payload, we do the opposite? Right. What if we just have a second stage? Get that shit out of here. We can go with one of these single ignitions. Hmm. 121, 94.8. Actually, I think we're looking for burn time, aren't we? Because we want something that'll burn for a really long time. Thrusters and small engines. 400 seconds, 400 seconds. Nah, that's what we're talking about. 60, 95. Yeah, I think we're looking at the S2 here. It needs a high pressure tank, but that's fine. 56, 57 orbital rocketry. Are we getting that soon? No. Not for like a year. So let's not use it if we don't have to. Yeah, high pressure aluminum. Aluminum stringer. Doesn't have to be high pressure. That's fine. It burns for minute 30. So if we do something like that, I guess I need one of these. Right, because otherwise it's going to have a massive gaping hole in it. We want the top to also be... what is this? 1.6? Yeah, 1.6. Yeah, something like that. Not quite. Something like that, maybe? I don't know if that fits exactly aerodynamically. I just need it to, like, shoot out. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how this thing is supposed to work. I don't know. Okay, so that fires in this. Then all that goes at once, right? So that was the Dave 2-1. Is that thing we tried? So this is now the Dave 2-1. Yeah. Right, so this thing will burn for... It's supposed to go for minute 5, goes for minute 10. Open, this goes for minute 30. Oh, minute 35. We have it for minute 45. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. Because maybe this is what the mission is supposed to teach me. Is it's supposed to ensure that I know how to do a sensible, like, multi-stage rocket. Oh, right, it needs avionics for 25 tons. I feel like 5200 Delta V, this might... If this breezes past 3,000 and into 5,000, like, hot diggity damn. That's what we're talking about. Can you tell I've had vodka? Can you tell I like vodka? Okay, target prices. Let's go with 150. 150, inclination 0. Let's try a pitch rate of 1. Right, stop at stage 0. I don't think it'll make it to... Yeah, target is unreachable. Okay, so if target is unreachable, it just won't do it. Like, even if you can't do it, I want you to try. Like... Okay, yeah, last failure, target is unreachable. Let's see here. Okay, what if I just do classic ascent again? Right. Hello? Throttle? Revert to launch? I don't know. The switching mech jab halfway through is probably bad for it. It's probably bad for having control over your rocket. Okay. Why can I not throttle my rocket? Hello? Did I fuck something up? I'm not that drunk. I had one shot. Oh. That might have done it. Okay, so now can I use this? Oh, current. Oh, there we go. That's what I need to do. I need to hit current instead of 0. Right. We're just kind of testing how far downrange it'll go. With 2 stages. Ooh. Ooh, that was a lot more violent than it should have been. Okay, that's the fairing fucking up. That's fine. I can fix that. We'll fix it in post. It didn't go that much further, I think. It didn't go any further at all, but I think the fairing also fucked it up. So I'll mess with that a little bit. Let's see here. Let's dig into the guts a little bit. Payload. Ribbed structural base. Oh, that one's easy. I'm sorry. That one's too easy. I feel bad doing it. Oh, it's a dirty lie. I do not feel bad doing it. Okay. Open it up. Alright. Close it. That might work better. Maybe. We'll see. Ah, all right. Yeah, so we want to hit 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers downrange. Target aquaps, maybe it should be 200. I don't know. I don't know if it really matters what it is. We should be, I think the rule is 45 degrees by 10,000 meters. Due to propellants floating. Okay, let's revert to launch and let's look at that a little more closely. Let's see what happens. If it's the fairings, then that's bad. If it's just something like the, I don't know what else it would be. Alright, let's take a look. Alright. In 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it just needs a bit more second of hot staging. Right, that's all it needs. It needs the hot staging so that it'll burn this for like a second before it detaches. So that should handle it, hopefully. Let's see how far downrange we go. Not very. The other ones were doing better. Okay, let's mess with MechJeb a bit more, and we'll see if that does anything. Let's make the angle a bit more aggressive. Right, let's make it like... Let's make it like 4. Fuck it. Right, let's turn on the metrics so it looks like I know what I'm doing, what I'm looking at here. Let's see here. We are at... Ooh, God. That was a bit of a lag spike. Okay, we're at 10,000 and we're more like 30 degrees. That's a bit wobbly. I don't think it should be that wobbly. But, I don't know. Alright. Yeah, I didn't really do that. Let's see if this impacts downrange in any meaningful way. Because it might also not. Yeah, not really. Actually, I think it made it worse. Okay, 3,000 downrange might be a little ambitious for the moment. Unless I also use... I could use boosters. Do I need to use boosters? Right, let's take a look at the contract. Do I even have this contract up? No, I'm still doing that low space film return. That's gonna be... that's gonna be a bit... Oh, I'm out of money. Shit. Alright. 30 less researchers. Oop. Those were engineers. I kind of need those. Like, arguably more than researchers? I guess it is real team effort. Okay. So before we start getting crazy with multi-stage rockets, let's just load up a Dave 2, right? Now we're nice and set up for it. Unlock. Well, my cat is doing something. I'm broke. All right. Yeah, it costs 1,700. What you doing, James? He's currently standing on his hind legs with his front, like, standing up at the window between the blinds and the glass. Right, as he is wont to do. He does that quite often. I don't know if it's like a bug or something that he finds, which is very exciting for cats, is to find small bugs. I know there's other cats in the apartment complex, in other windows. I don't know if he can see them, though. Right, that's the only thing. Is, like, cats don't work on site like that. Okay, so we're going to complete this contract. We're just going to fast forward to, like, 55. I'm not even bothering with planes this time, and I'm already having so much more fun. Like, fuck planes. Maybe with a better install of the mod pack, it'd be better this time. Did I just reset that? Whatever. We're doing Classic Ascent on this one. Oh, I should also throttle up. Huh? What? Hi, James. He also gets yowly sometimes. He just meows very softly. And other times he does a proper meow kind of yowl. It's very cute. Why doesn't it want to do it? No, seriously, why is MechJeb not working? Edit ascent path. What the fuck? I might have hit reset guidance on accident. Shit. Okay. Let's get out of the launch entirely. Oh, do I have to restart the game? I hope not. I sure hope not. I was kind of expecting... I don't know. Like, okay, it's one thing if it doesn't fly well or whatever, but when MechJeb itself is like, I'm not doing this. Like, that's bad. That is a bad sign for your rocketry. Autopilot says coasting to the edge of the atmosphere. No, you're not. You're on Earth. You are on the launch pad. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. I guess I'm doing it myself. Sure. Whatever, MechJeb. You can take the day off, I guess. That's fine. Fucking MechJeb's holiday. Oh god, there goes my fins. Okay, that was too aggressive. I'd really like my autopilot to work, please. Sent guidance. Yeah, coasting the edge of the atmosphere. No, you ain't. Okay, I'll give it one more shot and I'll restart the game and I'll see what happens. Oh, I should probably turn on SES. Oh, God. Oh, maintain sufficient avionics for the first 50 seconds of flight. Do not lose control. Okay, I guess I gotta turn on avionics before I go, which makes sense. Like, I know this did the contract. It just doesn't want to cooperate. Okay. Oh well, whatever. I guess we're doing it manually. We're doing the old-fashioned way. That's fine. I can fly a rocket. Alright, we want to be going 45 degrees by 10,000 meters. If we can swing it. We cannot swing it. I also don't want to destroy my rocket from various aerodynamic pressures, so we're just gonna take it easy a little bit, you know? I do have to hit 200 kilometers. Did it just fail? The engine failed. Well, shit. Alright. Well, I guess we're not doing the contract. That's fine. So I'll restart the game and I'll see if that makes... you know what? I'll just try another rocket, right? Maybe it's just this one in particular or something. I don't know. I'll load up like another model. Alright. Well, we're still getting decent science, I guess. Yeah, that's all the photography data for the ocean. All the world's oceans actually look just like the Gulf of Mexico. Who'd have guessed? I guess they are blue. That's about it. That's GeoGuessr like hard mode. It's like, all right, we have dropped you in the middle of the ocean. Guess which one. But then there's gonna be some dude who's gonna be like, I recognize those clouds. We're in the South Pacific. These are unique South Pacific clouds. You know, combined with this wave pattern. Okay. Well, whatever. That's something. Ugh. That's still science. And I do have another Dave 2 on the way. I'm freaking out over nothing. Okay. Let's simulate a 2.1, right? We'll turn on MechJeb. We'll see what it does. See if it does anything. Nope. Okay, let's see here. I'm just gonna Google it. Let's see here. KSP Mech Jeb coasting to atmosphere on launch pad. Okay, MechJeb 2.6 jammed and coasting to edge of atmosphere. Let's see here. Give gravity. No. Try using the maneuver mode autopilot. Part with negative mass. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, somebody had. Yeah, this is also fucked up, so I'm gonna actually like restart the game. Right, we're gonna go back to assembly. We're gonna get out of this. I'm just gonna save and like exit the game. I'm gonna like reload. Because if MechJeb is borked, there goes 4 hours. Right, like borked in a way where I can't get it back. Okay, quit to main menu. Hopefully this shouldn't take like 2 minutes. Here we go. Stream. Yeah, hopefully this will work. Yeah, did we just wait for the Dave 2 to come out? Okay, we have 200 researchers now. So we're gonna get this material science fast, at least. Satellite and air material science. This gets us... oh, isogrid tanks. That's right. That's kind of huge. Because the isogrid ones are stronger, right? Maybe. I'm actually not sure, but I know they're good. I know they're lighter at least, which is kind of like half the benefit. Building that multi-stage. Oh dear. What if we set it to 100, right? Oh, there we go. Okay, is classic ascent profile just like borked now forever? Guess so. Or maybe until I like actually hard restart the game? Oh, I don't know. I mean, target is unreachable. Yeah. Ah, fuck. What is wrong with MechJeb? Okay. Let's see here. So what is this button I'm not supposed to hit, right? Reset guidance. KSP MechJeb reset guidance. Let's see here. Yeah, no one else is, porting this. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it just says coasting to edge of atmosphere. Alright. I'm gonna, like, hard reset the game. It's gonna be a couple minutes. And even then, like, I have to go in, like, I don't know, like 30, 40 minutes. So, I'm just gonna restart the game. Right. Like, hard reset. I'm gonna, like, completely turn it off. Hopefully it works. Okay, yep, really quit. In which case, I'm also gonna turn on elevator stuck. While we're sitting here chilling. Bum, bum. Yeah, I'm glad I got an elevator stuck. That was a good idea. It's funny to me, and probably no one else. Ugh. You know, I also have the hold please, which is, oh right, this thing is actually slightly off-centered. It like doesn't quite cover the entire screen. But I can't adjust it because Kerbal Space Program is blocking the center of my screen and not letting me do anything. I hope no one was using dark mode. Okay, here we go. Okay. Right, because it did actually show the underside of the screen, which was not the intent. There we go. Okay. Well, I hope I didn't completely bork MechJeb somehow. That would be my luck. Is the one thing that's making this whole run operate, and I just bork it. These are some nice artwork. Alright. I don't have all the DLC for this game. I never bought it. I wonder if that's going to be relevant. Probably not. Ugh. I was looking at the tech tree. Some of the final nodes are just like empty. Oh, here we go. Let's see here, stream. Yeah, some of the final tech nodes are just empty. I'm wondering if I can... I'd love to be able to put on like a sci-fi mod, right? It's just kind of like, okay, you're clearly done. Like, so now you can have like an Alcubierre drive, right? It's like you want to just fucking warp to Pluto. Here you go. You know, you're done. Get out of here, kid. Shit. Yeah, it still says coasting to the edge of the atmosphere. That's so bad. Yeah. Uh-oh. Alright, we'll do primer vector guidance, and we'll see what this does. It does a lot more turning. And not nearly as much like sidey side as I need. Which is, yep. Wait. What was that? Was that an engine failure? That's a fucking engine failure. Great. Fuck. Do I have to reinstall MechJeb? Is that really what I have to do? You know what? I'm gonna hit the button I should not press. Right? Look at me press it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what that was. Alright. Well. I'm doing it manually. I guess I'm doing it myself. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. That is so bad. A clean install of MechJeb will probably do it. Maybe. That's so annoying, though. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna... do something like this. Alright. It hits 200 kilometers. We also need to go downrange a lot. Okay. Flight recorder. Well, at least this still works. So we need to go 600 downrange. Okay. Jettison that. Why not? Yep, well, it does the contract. Okay. Texting my friend. Yeah. Reinstalling MechJeb is the only thing I can think of. Because I, like, hard reset the game. So, fortunately, I actually have another installation of MechJeb on my computer right now from the previous, save file. Right, the previous mod list, I should say, before it was borked to all hell. So, I'll save the game, exit, swap the files. Oh, we also hit an altitude record, I guess. Neat. Yeah, and I'll see if that does anything. 0.5 science, but that was a contract that I did. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Oh god, this is so bright. Program files. Steam apps. Common. KSP. Game data, that's it. From that one, delete that one, put her there, try it now. No. I have stuff due tomorrow, not today. So, that's good. I have another astronomy lab. That one's kind of a big one. I'm so bad at keeping up with my astronomy homework. Okay, so I have just I deleted the mech jet that was in my folder, and I just literally copied over the one from the old mod list. Oh, I actually cut and pasted. I didn't mean to do that. Steam apps, common, KSP. Okay. Fortunately, it boots really quickly. Hot damn. This would be such a pain in the ass if this took like 5 minutes. What? Oh, oops, that's default. Wrong game. Wrong file. Okay, that scared me for a second. Like, oh my god, if it had somehow fucked with my file in a way I couldn't. Alright, let's go into the VAB. Let's take a look at another Dave. Like a Dave 2. Right, simulate. If MechJeb works, I am a genius for moving files around. Awaiting liftoff. Oh, baby. Alright, cool. Yeehaw. Maybe there was some other ways I could have done it. I think it said orbit inclint. There's actually probably a lot of other ways I could have saved it, but whatever. I'm going to take the credit for saving it. Okay, what's the next contract? 3,000 kilometers. We're not there yet. Let's see here. Right, low space biological experimentation. Do we want to move on to the next program? We're starting to get there, right? Early satellites. I think I want to do early satellites heavy. Like a crazy person. Because that needs an artificial satellite, a scientific satellite, and a biological or a polar satellite. We can also do Earth observation satellites. No, we have to do one of these first. I could upgrade the astronaut complex. We're not even using astronauts at the moment. Okay. Sounding rocket, 75 units payload, 230 kilometers. What, downrange? No, an altitude. I guess it did say altitude sounding rocket. Alright. I'm pretty sure the Dave 2 one can do that. Actually, the 2-1 kind of sucks. We're still working on the 2-1. Right, so this thing needs 75 units of sounding payload. How much? 75. C for contract. Let's make sure it works. Hi, Mr. Kitty Boy. Let's see here. What are the exact rules? 230 kilometers, which should be easy. That's just height. Like, that's the easy part. Yeah, are you sure you don't want it 600? We can do 600 for you. We'll even give it back to you. That's how good we are at this. Well, maybe. Alright, well, it does the contract. So that's the important part. And it might not burn up on re-entry. Maybe. Okay, so that's going to be ready. Start at 56. Satellite era material science. What does that net me again? It nets me all these isogrid tanks. Right. Did I hit X? Son of a bitch. Alright. No, you know what? Accidentally end stream. I'm gonna go. That is a sign that I am gonna go. Oh, yes. Bots. Alright, let's do a raid. I'm supposed to do that, I guess. Oh, yeah, Martin. Yeah, let's go raid Mart. Am I still streaming? I guess so. I should follow him. There we go. Hooray. What the hell is he building? I don't know. Alright. Yeah, Mart. Woo. There's no way I, like, pop up here.
You're right, it did not have a T-tail.
Oh.
Looking little guy.
Raiding with a party of two. Yeehaw. Alright. Yeah, see ya.